sir.
Or
I
is there
haven't
any?
worked in Fusion. I
Okay,
don't have any experience.
Me too.
NetSuite. Okay.
Yep.
Anybody else?
I do have experience on Fusion, but
Fusion.
expenses is new to me.
Okay, expenses is new. So there is no confusion about Fusion. That's good. So what we'll do is we will first, just think about expenses from a layman perspective before we even talk about what is there in Oracle. Okay, we'll forget Fusion, we'll forget Oracle, we'll just talk about what is expense reports. Now, this expense report is a term that we use, which is very unique to, you can say, the first world countries, right? Typically, the term that we use is expense reimbursement, or, official expenses, official trip expenses, things like that in this part of the world. These are the terms. Expense report is nothing but, hey, Pravalika, I am already doing the recording.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Still.
So I'll share that with all of you. Now, when we talk about expenses as a whole, broadly, there are four main players, so to speak, you can say. Okay. So if I look at it, let me just draw this out for everybody's convenience. The most important player is employee. And now they also allow contingent workers to use this. So when we say employee, all of you must be aware, in those who have used Fusion, there is a me concept. Me means you use the me features for all things relating to yourself. Okay. Employee can submit his expenses, employee can do his and look at his records, do any personal information changes, or he can apply for leave, submit time cards. All that is done through the me functionality within the application. So that is the me, employee as himself or herself. Now, from there, we have the next player in this is, you can say, the manager or the approver. Typically, it is the manager, or sometimes it can be the project manager as well, who will be approving the expense report of the person. Okay. So when you submit a expense report, it goes to the approver for approval. So that approver can be the supervisor, or can be the project manager, or depending on who the person is. So that is configurable through the workflow engine. The third set of players, you can say, is your finance team. So what does your finance team do? Finance team is responsible for ensuring that the expense report is as per the policy, as per the policies defined in the organization. Okay, it follows the rules. There could be expense limits. There could be expense rules. What sort of expenses will be allowed? How many days, or day-wise breakup of the details, which is known as itemization. Okay, day-wise. Suppose you are going and staying in a hotel for 5 days on an official trip. You have to give day-wise how much expense was incurred on food, how much on hotel stay, and or to and fro from the customer site, etc., the local expenses. So that's called as itemization. The other player that we have here who plays the most critical role is, you can say, the admin person. Okay. So what are the things, what things does the admin do? He will define the access, he will define the access might be a super system administrator, but expense administrator will look at, defining templates, defining the policies, defining the expense types, defining credit card programs, and all of those are the activities done by the admin person. Okay. Now let's understand a little more for each of these. What do these people do? When it comes to the employee can enter the time card manually. Okay. He can fill up an Excel sheet. So you can say upload Excel. So he can fill the Excel and then upload it. Suppose he is traveling, so he doesn't have, nowadays, of course, internet is accessible, but earlier it wasn't. Or in some cases, they might do it offline, and once they connect, they will upload. So that's one. The third option, now they have also provided a mobile front end. You may be aware Fusion can be used through your mobile phone, smartphones also. Okay, so you can have an app and through that you can do it. So you can use voice instructions to create your expenses. Okay, you can speak, like taxi fare, $18. So it will create a expense report for taxi fare worth $18. You can also scan bills. Okay, so you can get it through an image. You get a bill at a restaurant, you take a picture of it, you can scan it and upload into the application. An expense report will get created. You can then submit it, or you can add more lines to it and then submit it once you're done. Got it? So this as a whole is what an employee can do, all of these independently. Okay, it doesn't mean that he will only do this or this or this or this. It can be done. Basically, the objective is to create a expense report or to create an expense reimbursement request. That's what we would call it, expense reimbursement request. Now, once the expense is done, what he or she would do is they would then send it to the user. He would create the expense and send it to the approver. Okay, so he would submit his expense to the approver. The approver has an option to approve the time card, or he can reject it, just like your time cards that you submit or any other request that you send through workflow in the application. So he can approve, or he can also reject. He can ask for clarifications, right? So once he rejects, this expense report will go back to the user, who will then make the necessary changes. Okay, so once the necessary changes are done, it will be resent back to the user. Okay, now 1 minute, the other way around. Okay. So he will reject it and he can then the employee can make the necessary changes and submit it. Once it's approved, then the notification will flow to the finance team. So when it goes to finance team, there is one activity that it does. The first activity is called as audit. Okay. They have just used the term audit. It is basically a verification process. What verification will it do? It will verify whether the expenses are as per the company policies, whether receipts have been attached or not, where necessary. Okay. A lot of companies, they have rules that, something below $10 will not require a receipt. Anything above $10, anything above $25 will require a receipt. And those kind of policies are defined in the system, which they can then check whether the employee is following those policies or not. Okay. So that is the audit that the finance team does. There could be a dedicated person depending on the volume who will be doing the auditing. Okay. After the audit is done, the next step is typically we create an invoice. Now, this finance side of things is primarily on the payable side. Okay. So we have moved from, you can say, the employee and the approver side to the finance side, the payable side. Now, once the invoice is validated, the invoice is properly, done as per requirement, the next step is to make the payment. Okay. So this is where the payment happens. At this point, once the payment is done, the payment is sent to the employee's bank account. Behind the scene, there is a lot of setup that the admin guy has to do. Okay, he does a lot of work silently in the back end. Okay, now this guy will be responsible for different things. One of the things is what we use, we call it as a template. That is the structure of your expense reimbursement request, right? We all know the employee name, number, project code, and all those will be there. Besides that, what type of expenses will be allowed? What are the policies relating to those reimbursements? Are receipts to be included? What is the minimum amount? All those things form part and parcel of your template. Okay, template is the most important thing that we'll be defining in the expense system. Templates also require what we call as the policy or policies. Okay, the policies are the individual rules that we define in the system that will be incorporated in your template. Okay, these policies are tied to what we call as the expense types. Okay, so let me put it this way. We have the expense types. Each expense types, these expense types are linked to the policies. Expense types can be linked with projects. Expense types can be linked with the policies. They have the structure in the application again, which we will need to be defining. Okay, and the admin person is the one who will be doing it. And there are other stuff also, but I'm just pointing out the important ones. There is a credit card program that we need to define. Credit card programs, all of you, being employees of Oracle, you would have received a corporate credit card, right? So those who travel frequently, or those who have tickets, or those who have hotel bookings, those are charged to the corporate credit card, and the company will send the invoice, that is the monthly bill, one to the employee, and it can also send the expenses to the company. Okay, those get uploaded into the system and they can be visible in the expense report. Clear, everybody? Anybody got any question on this?
Yes, I have a small doubt on this.
Yes.
You said, right, CC programs
Yes.
means, is there any standard programs need to run, or it should be?
No, when I say program, actually, these are not physical programs. Okay. So let me rephrase it. It is credit card setup, you can say. Okay. So these setups are basically, there are separate screens for this. So you need to go to that screen and define what is the name. Could be an Amex credit card program, or could be a MasterCard credit card program, Visa credit card program. Okay, corporate credit card programs are there, depending on the tie-up between the customer and the vendor. And besides that, there are reports and interface programs also available. For example, these expense reports, they ultimately come in as an invoice, right? So there is an open interface program that will be pulling in the information. So you can also import these. In some cases, companies allow people to, they might have a third party system where they're entering the invoice, the expenses, and from there they're pulling it in. So that is also allowed.
Okay.
Any other question? Anyone? Any other question? Okay. Silence, I take it as a no. So this is, like, you can say, this is the overview of the expense process, expense report, expense reimbursement process. Now let's look at the PDF that is there. PDF is a great place where it gives you all the things, in one single place. Okay, so it's pretty structured, very well done. So you have all the features. Of course, when you go to, docs.oracle.com, you will always get everything. Just for your information, let me just share this before we go there. There is a site, all of you may be aware, called docs.oracle.com, right? This is like our Bible, where all the details regarding the application can be found here. Those who are new to Fusion, whenever you have any questions, even when you search on the internal site, you will find the details, all the details, release wise, everything is mentioned over here. So you can go to these places. So you can see this Fusion application suite. So you click on this. Okay. And this is the place for you to get started. Okay. And you can see all the things by release. They have given all the details over here. And on the left-hand side here, you have the other tasks. Okay. Like using, implement, administration, configure, extend. So when you click on use, you will get the details here. Okay. Now, since this was HR related information, so all HR related information will be found here. when you look for expenses, go back, go to financials. Same thing, click on use here. Okay, you will find like go mobile, submit an expense report, match corporate card expenses. So these are related to your expense reports. Okay, manage expense reports. Can you see this here? So you will find all the details over here. What you see in your PDFs is taken from here, or you can say these are very similar. Lot more explanations are given here. Click on videos on the left. You will see some videos about individual topics, which are to the point. Okay, see, this one talks about expenses. Okay, now let's look at this video. Are you able to hear it? Could you hear the
Yes.
noise? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
In this tutorial, I'll show you around the expenses work area and how to create an expense report. On the left side of the expense work area, you can see up to 5 tabs depending on the features that are enabled for you. Each tab leads to a separate page in the work area. The Travel and Expenses page opens by default. You can use this page to create and manage your expense items and reports. Managers use the Approvals page to approve expense reports and cash advance requests. The Cash Advances page is where you can request cash advances and then manage any advances that haven't been applied to an expense report yet. If you've estimated expenses for a future activity and want to ask your manager to approve them, you can do that on the Authorizations page. And you can use the Trips page to automatically create an expense report from a trip and book travel. You can use the Go to Task icon to perform some additional expenses tasks. The global search is next to the Go to Task icon. This is where you can search across expense reports, cash advances, and corporate card expense items. Look at how the search results are displayed in different categories. The top section of the Travel and Expenses page contains a number of cards. The first card, Create Report, is where you can create your expense reports. You can browse the remaining expense report cards in a carousel. Actionable cards appear first. Each card displays information, such as expense report status, purpose, amount, and more. Cards also contain actions that you can perform on the expense report directly from the card. The available actions depend on the expense report's status. If you click a card, the expense report will open. Now, let's create an expense report for our last business trip. The expense we incurred on taxis is already available. So, we select that expense item and click the Create Report card. This adds the expense item to the report. Now, we enter the purpose of the report and then save it. After saving the report, Expenses assigns a report number. Next, we add the other expenses we incurred during the business trip. We'll leave the template as Travel and select the Hotel expense type. Based on expenses setup, hotel is an expense that we can itemize. Notice that the itemization section appears after we enter the total amount of the hotel bill. We'll add our itemized lines. For the charge, we'll quickly attach the receipt by dragging it from our hard drive to this location. I've added a few more line items. Notice that we've specified the phone calls as personal expenses by selecting the personal option. After completing our itemizations, we see the remaining business balance is $0 for the hotel itemization and $20 for the personal phone calls. Now I'll save this expense item. Now we'll add our airfare. We'll choose the type, the amount, description, the merchant, and then save. Finally, our expense report contains 3 expense items. Let's look at a couple of handy features. We can click the description field to add information. We can add receipts as attachments. We can also perform these tasks on the travel and expenses page. I've added both of my attachments, so my expense report is now complete. We can submit it for approval. But first, let's indicate that we've read and accepted the corporate travel and expense policies. And we're done. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so that was a quick overview of the expense creation and the. So here you can get another video, create and reference a spend authorization and stuff like that. So these are small, ways in which you can understand the application better. Okay, in case you need to, you can always come in here and do this. Okay, now other than this, there are additional information here, whether it is relating to the setup or whether it is relating to the different aspects of the implementation or of the product. Okay, so here you can see when you are implementing, you will get information about implementation. And the good thing about this is, one, it is authentic. Two, it is always updated. Okay, so I know there are blogs, there are YouTube channels, there are, other sources from where we get the information, but this remains the most authentic. Okay, please use this as your guide. And then you look at additional things, as and when we implement. So this is the administration part of it, administer. Okay, as and when you have issues or you want to check with something, you can come here and look at it. Okay, so you will see expense account issues. So there are troubleshoot related topics given also here. Okay, configure and extend, analyze and report. Okay, so all these things relate to the application for your use. All right, now other than this, let me also share with you, this is one YouTube channel which we have. Okay, and I share a lot of videos relating to Oracle Fusion through this channel. So feel free to come here and browse through it. There are a lot of information given here. I'll share the link to the channel also. And so I'm sharing the link to this. Over here, once you come, you will see there is a playlist, and these playlists are sorted by different topics. Okay, HCM, financials, supply chain, and stuff like that. There are videos here. Feel free to go through it. It's free. You don't have to pay anything, and these are always accessible. So like, there are topics, Oracle Fusion, payroll, HR, fast formulas. All these are topics are given here, Fusion related benefits. Okay, feel free to go through them. SAS for starters. All right. All right. So let's move forward. I've shared the link to the YouTube channel on the chat. Those who are interested, please go through it. And feel free to share the same with your friends and colleagues, anybody who is interested. Now, coming back to the Fusion application that we were talking about, okay. So implementations that are available for expenses, you can implement expenses with Oracle Financials Cloud, okay. Even if you are not doing HCM, you can still do expenses, okay. And it comes bundled. Nowadays, mostly customers do all of them, financials, HCM, expenses, all of them are together. So it gives them more value. And with regard to if people are just doing human capital, then also they can use expenses, the requirements, the minimum requirements would be there. So those are the shared kind of a concept, although there's nothing like that, but there is now, it allows you to be used as a standalone application. Okay. But you need to do if you are doing just expenses cloud as a standalone application, that means the customer has not implemented anything else, not done HCM, not done financials, they might be using other applications. Then also you can use Oracle Expenses Cloud, but you need to do the common setup. Okay, the common setups will still have to be done for it to work successfully. Okay, keep this in mind. So this is the high level overview that we just talked about. Okay. So you can say if you are talking about a flow, expense to reimbursement flow. Okay. So we just spoke about it, the overview. Compliance is always very, very critical when it comes to expense reimbursements. Okay, please remember that. So compliance is tied with the expense policies that are defined, that have to be defined, that have to be complied with as per the corporate policies. Often violations can lead to penalties or, expenses not being reimbursed. So please keep those things in mind. So this one explains what we just talked about, how you can enter the expenses and you can approve the expenses and audit the expenses and reimbursement the expenses. So how do we enter it? Like we saw, Oracle Expenses enables you to enter corporate card transactions and cash expenses. Okay. Through the web application, you can do it through the online browser, spreadsheet. You can do it through a mobile device, or you can use Oracle Digital Assistant. Okay. These are additional apps or, the mobile devices which are available. You can speak it. You can also scan it and upload. Okay, those are the different ways in which you can do it. Excel spreadsheet is basically an option, is an offline utility. Okay, so when you're not connected with the application, you can fill in the Excel, and once you're connected, you can upload it for validation and approvals. So once you create an expense, the next step is obviously to submit it for approvals. Okay. Approvers are required to approve the expense report. Your Oracle workflow is used for expense approvals. Okay. So the expense Oracle workflow is used to define the rules. Okay. Who gets what for expense reimbursement. So business process management. Audit is expense. Although we call them as auditors in the application, in the true sense, they are not the corporate auditors of financial balance sheets. They are the expense report auditors. Okay, so they do the checks there could be a clerk in the department, or there could be a finance executive who is going through individual expense reports to check if they're in compliance with the corporate policies, if the receipts are attached, if there are any violations. There could be minimum limits, or there could be maximum limits, upper limits, and things like that. So those should not be violated, or there could be deadlines within which the expense will have to be submitted. All those things are part and parcel of your reimbursement. If there are any payment holds, that means the auditor can put a payment hold due to violations, due to lack of receipts, or some explanation that they need. So in those cases, they can put a payment hold. They can also release the payment hold. Okay. And in some cases, the receipts may have been lost. Okay. So a lot of people have issues preserving receipts, and particularly when you're traveling for an extended period of time, it may not always be feasible to keep each and every receipt. So it might happen one or two receipts get misplaced. So in those cases, you might write a note to your manager and the approver and say that, hey, I missed out on this particular receipt. Can you please excuse me, or treat this as an exception, and go ahead and reimburse the cost. So in those cases, if the manager approves, then the auditor may waive the requirement of the receipt. Okay. You release the payment holds. You confirm the manager's approval, return any approved expense reports to individuals. Okay. It might have been approved by the manager, but the auditor can still send it back for lack of information, or for violations, or for non-conformance with the policies. All right. So in some cases, the auditors can also adjust the expense item information. Okay, remember that auditors can adjust the expense item information. Okay, if they are in violation, or if they are not in compliance with the company policies. So here, at this point of time, once the auditing is done, the finance team, then the integration with Oracle payables happens. So expenses integrates with Oracle payables to process approved expense reports by creating payment request using information in the payables invoice open interface table, validating the payment request, generating accounting entries, and sending the payment request to Oracle Payments for disbursement. As you know, in Fusion, Oracle Payment is a separate module by itself, which uses information from different feeder modules. Feeder modules like payables, lease, properties, or your other applications, treasury management, and expenses, where they take care of Oracle Payments module's responsibility is to handle all payment requests coming from different feeder modules. Okay, they will get the request, they will process the request, and make the payment as per payment terms or availability of funds. Those who are familiar with finance payables, you must be knowing there is a payment process request feature where the payment process request is like a template which will pick up all the invoices, all the expense reports, or based on certain criteria like business unit, or your enterprise, or for currency, or for payment priority, based on which these information will be processed. The expense reports will be processed and paid out to the employees and to the corporate card issuers. Like some companies have a policy where corporate expenses are not paid to the employee, but they are paid out to the issuing card company. For example, if you have MX corporate card, your Oracle will process the employee's personal expenses will be paid to the employee. Corporate card expenses will be paid to MX. Okay. So the employee will not have to pay to MX. Company will pay that to MX because that's the official expenses. Okay. Anybody got any question? Okay. Now here we will look at how we do the configuration. I haven't yet received the instance details. Have you guys received the instance details?
No.
No. Okay. Once I get it, I will share that. Okay. Let's quickly check this out before we get into the application. Hopefully by that time we'll have it up and running. So when we are looking at the setup, that is what the admin person will be doing. We'll go to setup and maintenance part. So most of these steps have to be done through the setup and maintenance. As you can see from the screenshot here, okay, this is the financials track. Okay, within this, the functional area is expenses. Okay. And within these functional area, these are the tasks. Okay. By default, it will show the required task and you can change this drop down to all tasks and it will show you the non-mandatory ones also. So some of the tasks here, like you can read, it shows you manage conversion rates and policies, expense report templates, expense system options, approval rules, manage corporate card issuers, manage corporate card programs. Okay, again, this term program does not refer to a technical program. It is basically a screen where you can configure the credit card program, the details of the credit card issuer. Okay. Now, within this, you can also, there is something called as the rapid implementation task. Okay. So the rapid implementation tasks will help you to get all your expense related configuration in one single place. Okay. Those who have used rapid implementation before, you know that you can choose individual activities, tasks, you can assign those tasks to specific individuals, and you can track the progress against those tasks to see which ones are done, which ones are not done, and so on. Okay. Now, when you are searching for rapid implementation, this is the navigation. Go to setup and maintenance, setup financial, tax pane is search. On the right hand side, you have the global search, and then you can search expense configuration for rapid implementation. Okay. Over there, it will give you a list of tasks. Now, once you go into the system, first step that you should do is you should go and look at the system options. Okay. System options is your, you can say, the foundation. Okay. You do all the setups here. Okay. Things like, and this is applicable for all business units. Okay. What are the user options for expense report, corporate options, processing options? So each of these you will find usually by default there is a value. Okay. It controls the behavior of the application. All right. So what kind of options do you have here? Things like enable payment notification to employee. Okay. If you don't enable it, payment may happen to the employee, but the employee is not aware of it. Okay. You can enable automatic travel expense report creation. Expense report audit approval. When is it coming? Is it after manager approval or before manager approval? Processing days allowed after termination, after the employee leaves. Up to how many days are you going to allow him or her to submit their expenses for corporate expenses? Pay expense reports through which module? Inactive employee grace period in days. If the employee is inactive, up to how many days are you going to allow him to submit an expense report? Okay. And expense next is the expense system options concept. That means you have the first one was your overall system options. Next one is expense specific ones. Okay. Things like payment method, terms, agreements, barcode, reimbursement expenses, and stuff like that. So here you can see this is for the expense report. First one was the global one, then this is for the expense report options. Okay. Enable payment method, allow reimbursement, enable attachments, overriding approvals, enable travel, enable recurring expenses, allow password storage, enable split allocations, enable Oracle maps. So Oracle maps can also be enabled so that you can track, the locations or the position places and stuff like that. What kind of currencies will be allowed? Okay. So when you say currency selections, here you can choose multiple selections. Okay. So this allows you to control. Okay. Once you say enable payment method, okay, and then you will be able to see under allowed currencies. You can choose multiple currency. Now, this is the corporate options for expense report. Okay. What are the corporate options? Enable default the report owner as attendee. That means whoever is submitting the report, that person is the person who is attending. Okay. You might be going to Oracle Open World, but your manager may be submitting it. That means he is not the attendee. Got it? If you are submitting it, that means you are the person who is the attendee who has gone to the business dinner, who has participated in the conference, who has incurred the expense. Enable expense location level. Is it at all locations or only at physical locations? You can also generate a barcode. Okay, as you know, nowadays, a lot of companies or a lot of places, you will find a barcode is generated and a sticker put on the on the printout. Okay, so once you scan that barcode, it will immediately fetch all the details from the system. You don't even have to key in the IDs and all that. So that barcode can also be generated and printed on your expense report. Whether you want any descriptive flex fields. For those who are not familiar with descriptive flex fields are additional fields that you can enable in the application for capturing additional information. Okay, these fields are as per the user requirements and they can be defined as and when needed to capture extra information which is not already captured in the application. Printable expense report format. Okay, whether you are going to print that expense report or not. Okay, a lot of companies nowadays implement green initiative where they say you don't need to print an expense report, just do it online, submit it. Payables is also taking care of it online, and you don't waste paper. Okay, rather you just submit it online and then payment and everything is taken care of. Enable terms and agreements. You might have seen in that video that we were watching a few minutes back, there was a small checkbox. I have read the terms and conditions and I agree to abide by them. Okay, so if you enable this, if you say yes, then that checkbox will be available. Corporate policy, there could be a default corporate policy or there could be multiple corporate policies and you can choose the default one. Okay. Enable corporate policy URL, whether you want a corporate policy link to be available on your expense report so that when you click on it, the user can read the corporate policies. Enable corporate card transaction age limit. Is there a age limit for the corporate card transactions? Okay. Require project fields. Okay, whether you need project related information captured on your expenses. If you are working on a project, usually most IT companies have projects and expenses are tracked against projects. Then you can do it. Expense report number prefix. Okay, whether you're going to have a prefix, a particular EXP or, Oracle, ORCL, things like that. Those can be used to track the expense reports. These are the processing options for expense reports. Enable payment notification to employee, automatic travel report creation, and all these rules, whether what business units they apply to. Okay, so they might apply to more than one business unit, then you can choose them over here. So this is like, here you can choose multiple business units. They have shown in the screenshot. You have Supremo US business unit and US1 business unit. So you can choose multiple business units to which these options will apply. Okay. Let me quickly see if I have we'll next talk about this, but before going there, let me just see if I can. Okay, finally we are in. I will share the credentials with you all. Okay. So most of you are familiar. In case you are not familiar, just bear with me while I just walk you through this. So depending on your user access, people get to see the application. Okay. As you can see here on the left hand side, you have this navigator. Okay. The three lines that you can see here on the left hand side. So this is there as part of the global toolbar that you see at the top. Okay. Now this one, when you click on, you can navigate in the same way that you can navigate by clicking on these. This is called as the springboard. Okay, the home page, this part is the springboard. This is the navigator. Okay, so from the navigator, you can navigate or you can do it from the springboard. Navigator gives you complete access. Springboard may not give you access to all of them, but you can add, remove things from the springboard. On this is the global search. You can search for people, employees. Okay, like this, you can just start typing their names and it will show up. Or you can also enter things like, invoice. So invoice related options will come up here. So this is a global search that searches across the application. On the right hand side here, this is the home page icon. This is the one where you can create your favorites and recent items. As you navigate, the recent items build up. Favorites are you can add screens as your favorite, as and when you can go there directly rather than having to navigate each time. Besides that is what we call as the watch list. Anything that needs your attention will be displayed here. Those who are approvers, those who are managers, you can see that the details will be visible over here. Then this is the notification bell icon where you will see any notifications coming in from the users, from the managers, which will display the details. Okay, what notification and stuff like that. So here, once you click on it, you can say show all. So this is like you can say the internal inbox of Oracle. Okay. So any activities, any actions that you need to take on notifications, like if you're a manager or an approver, you will get notifications here. And when you click on all, you will get everything. Okay. Work list is where you will see the individual notifications. Again, these are customized as per the user access. So they will only get to see what things they need or what things they will be defining in the system. This is a new instance, so it may not have too much of data, but let's just wait and see what it comes up with. So as you can see, my tasks, nothing is pending here. Okay. And if you want to go back and see anything, okay, here you can see all the past historical tasks that the manager has done. Okay, or the user has done or was participant in, and the details. Okay, and right at the end, okay, here you can also say online, offline, just like in Teams, you have the online, offline. Here also you can show that, okay, whether you're online or not. Okay, whether you're available for chatting and stuff like that. And once you click on this user icon on the right hand side, settings, you will see the settings and actions. Okay. These are the preferences that you can set up for yourself. Any language preferences, you can upload your own photo here. Okay, the users can do that themselves. And over here under settings, here you will see there is a setup and maintenance. This is the backend part where all the setups are in one single place. Okay, before I go there, I'll just show you this one at the end. Right at the bottom, you have about this application, which shows you the version, current version of this application. So as you can see, this is a 25A, which is the latest version from Oracle. Okay. Anyone got any question? And this one is the setup and maintenance. Once I click on this, you will get into the backend. Okay. So this one by default, it will come up with the compensation management. You can click on the work area, switch to financials. And based on after you choose the financials, the functional areas will change. And then you have the payables over here, payments over here, and expenses over here. Okay, these are the three important pieces. So once you click on expenses, these are the different required options that you will need to define. Okay, this is what we were just now looking at, manage expense system options. So here you can see user options for currency. Okay, allow reimbursement currency selection is no. Okay, in case you want to set it to yes, that is where you will get that user ID. Sorry, the different currencies. Okay, user options for expense report, corporate options for expense reports. Okay, processing options for expense reports. So these are individual things, and which business units will it be used in? Okay. If you have to make any changes, you can edit it. Okay. So each of these corporate options, okay, and user options, all these details you can see here. So once you say yes, this is where you will get to see the allowed currencies. More than one currency may be picked up. You know, if it's a multinational, multi-currency implementation, you need to enable people to choose the currency, right? Otherwise, you can just leave it as one. So this is for one business unit. You can switch between the business units. So for one business unit, you can have certain rules. For another business, you can have some other rules. Okay. So these are relating to the all the business units as well as certain items within the business unit. Okay. So this is the part that we just now saw. So at this point, I will share with you the instance details. So let me see. I don't need this workspace. But Okay, I'm putting the URL in the chat window. User ID, please choose a unique user ID. Do not use the 01. I'll be using that. And I hope everybody will have sufficient. There's a lot of them here. Choose a, I'm putting it here as XX. So start from 02, 02, 03. Okay, so that you can choose and use unique ones. Let everybody know who is using what user ID, and the password is Kavya has mentioned her ID. Please don't use that one. Choose the other ones. I put the password also. Hey, 78. Abbasi.
Yeah.
78 doesn't exist. You have to choose within 28. Maximum number is 28.
Okay.
Are you all able to sign in? Please check and confirm.
User ID is fastxx.student, right?
Yes. XX is your ID that you have used. Okay. Jairam is able to do a Priya. Priya and Kavya, you are in. Okay. Parameshwari is also in. Grishma is in. Yash is in. Okay. Now, if you look at your activity guide, you will find there is an activity around looking at this. Okay. So, which is the reviewing the expense system option. Yes. Anybody saying something?
I'm unable to log in.
Okay. After logging in, please look at your activity guide on page number 9. Okay. It shows you the step-by-step navigation for looking at the system options.
Sorry, come again, page number?
Page number 9.
Okay. Yeah. Saurav, can't we get this in PDF? I think this is link.
Yeah, you will have to reach out to Manju internally.
Okay.
Okay. And if you are allowed to download, you should be able to download from there.
Yeah, hello. Can you can you guide me how to log in that one? I'm unable to access this.
Okay. Are you able to share your screen?
1 second. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Now, which is your ID? What number did you choose? Digit
Like
number up to, in place of XX, you have to replace it with a 2-digit number, 16, 17, 29,
02, can I
28,
mention?
below 28. Yours is 02.
Yeah, can I use it?
02, I think Kavya is using, right?
Okay. Yeah, you can tell me any one of the number.
Yeah, somebody, just look at the chat window. People have put in the numbers there, which they are using. Hanumanta is using 15, Srinivas 28.
28 using 15,
Srinivas,
16.
you are
Can I
using
use 16?
28.
I think 20
Someone
is
is
not in use.
Oh, not in use. Then use 28. FAS
20,
28.
20, 20.
Oh, 20.
28 is mine.
Oh,
Srinivas.
28 is yours. So use 20. FAS 20. Yeah, copy that. And the password also I had put in the chat.
okay.
Did you copy the password? Yeah. Basi has put it there.
Just
Refresh
log.
it. Refresh it.
1 second.
Yeah, click continue. Keep up to that Oracle p.demos.com. Yeah, remove rest. Okay, you are in now. Click on home.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Click on
And
home and you will go
next.
to home page. Home page. The home icon at the top.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. You can continue.
Okay, okay. No, this is your time. Okay, just go through that navigation I just now showed you. You can open up that activity guide. Okay, I'll let me share my screen once again. Yeah, go to that on the right hand side. Setup and maintenance is there on the user activity. No, not that one. Right hand side. Yeah, click on FS.
Can you tell me any number?
Setup,
I'm
setup
unable to
and
log in.
maintenance.
So, Saxena?
Yeah, this.
Yeah, this is Rohit.
Click on financials.
Rohit, maybe 17 is not in use. You can try that.
Yeah.
And at the bottom you have expenses. Left hand side bottom. Come down, come down, come down, come down. Yeah. Right hand side, you will see the tasks. Okay, click on that system options. Click on manage expenses, system options. No, just keep required only. Just keep, otherwise, okay. Okay. This is a required step, so it will come on the show required steps.
17 also not coming.
17 also not coming.
No.
Writing is 27.
Let's see. Share your screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Who is not able to sign in? Rohit.
Yeah, Rohit.
You are using FAS 20. Okay. Yeah. Password is with O. Okay. Don't use that pass.
Okay.
Password is starting from O. Don't copy that pass D colon.
Got it.
Small o percentage 6 capital Y.
This is the one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Anybody else having issues?
Thank you.
Yeah. No. Okay. So just go through that few steps that are there given in on page number 9. Let me just share my screen. Okay, this is page number 9. So it shows you individual tabs. Click on edit so that you will be able to make changes. Don't save any changes, just see that you are able to do the change.
Yeah, actually, I'm able to see the PDF, but I'm unable to open it.
You're not able to open it.
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen.
Yeah.
So this one, right?
Yes. Click on that activity guide.
Yeah, I'm just clicking on that. So
Is it
nothing is
blocked?
opening.
How about the other guys? Is it
No,
open?
no, no. There is an
Yeah.
option top side. You just enable the pop-up window. Click
It
on
must be
options.
getting blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Allow
Allow
pop-up.
pop-ups. Yeah. Do that.
Okay. Yeah, got it. Thank you. I have navigated to the manage expenses system option. Then I have selected business unit and edited. So after that, what I have to do?
Now that's it for now. If you are done with
Mhm.
this navigation part and reviewing the system options, we'll
Yeah.
break for lunch now. Okay, we'll be
Mhm.
back at 2:30.
Okay.
So now we should not save that, right? We need to
Oh,
cancel
don't
it,
save
correct,
it.
right?
Please don't save
Yeah,
it
so
that
we
otherwise
need to
we'll miss.
cancel it.
Yeah, just cancel it. Just know that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Those who are completing, we will now proceed for lunch. Okay, see you all post lunch.
Sure, Saurabh.
Let's continue where we stopped. So first we saw what is the system options and how we define the system options. And that's like the foundation set of options that we use to control the behavior of the application. Okay. Now, the other important thing that we first need to define is the expense report template. Okay. So the template is again you can say the basic unit which controls the behavior of the expenses that are visible to the employees. Okay, what are the different types of expenses that are visible? For example, there might be a travel expense template where hotel accommodation or local stay, local travel, uh, car rental, those line items are there. There might be another expense report template which is non-travel related. Could be purchase of stationery, could be purchase of office consumables. Okay. Sometimes in small offices or local offices, the admin is given the right to procure supplies, right? So in those cases, they will have that type of template. So you might have multiple report templates as per the requirement of the company. Okay, remember this. So your template may vary based on your setup. Okay, you might have, based on the client requirement, you might need to define more than one expense report template. So to define the expense report template, this is the navigation where we went and saw that show required tasks. Over there is one option, manage expense report template. So over there, you can go and define your expense report templates. Now, before we go there, let us understand some definitions. Expense type. Expense type is a expense that is incurred. Okay, so you can group similar types of invoice expenses into an expense type. And this expense type is defined by the administrator, by the admin, as part of the backend activities. The expense report template groups together related expense types for a specific purpose. For example, travel, education, relocation, okay, and local supplies, stationery purchase. So those are different expense report templates that you may have. There might be other types also depending on the customer requirements. Expense item, this is the actual item that was incurred. Okay, hotel stay at Hyatt or hotel stay at Marriott, hotel stay at ITC or hotel stay at Taj, wherever, and the date, time, from date to date, what is the expense amount involved, all those details you will enter in the expense item. This is the line item. This will always be linked with the expense type. Okay, so your expense type can be hotel stay, and your expense item could be stay at Marriott or stay at Hyatt or stay at ITC, like that. All right. Usually, it is common to have one expense report as default. Okay, there will at least be one template, one expense report template that will be set as default. Expenses automatically sets the default expense report template, whether or not you enable the set as default checkbox. Okay, so whichever one you is the very first template that you will create. Okay, so if you have more, then you can set that as a expense report, but the first one that you do by default, that will be used as the default one. So in the expense report template, you can define the items which are for the corporate cards. Okay, maybe airfare or your hotel stay, those could be corporate card. That means those are charged to your corporate card directly. Okay, you may not get payment for that. Okay, and there could be a separate expense report template for mobile expense entry. Okay, and every template will have a start date and effective date. You might see here, see this effective start date and effective end date. So this controls whether the expense report template is used or not. You have a template. At the template level, you have a start date, end date, and this is at the expense type level, you have a start date, end date. So if you don't need or you need to change something without deleting, you can put an end date and use the next one. Okay, and every template is mandatorily linked with a business unit. Okay, it is absolutely necessary. So when you define a default expense report template, each business unit can only have one default expense report template. There can be more than one template, but only one default one. For any business unit, you can have one or more expense report templates in addition to the default expense report template. You cannot share expense report template across business units. You must have noticed here, this drop down, you can only choose one business unit. Okay. If you want to use the same template in another business unit, you have to create another template and link that with the business unit. Is that clear, everyone? So when each business unit can have one, for any business unit, you can have one or more expense report template. You cannot share. Okay. You cannot implement. Remember this. This is important. If you do not do expense report template, you cannot use expenses. Okay. This is absolutely mandatory. If you're if the company is there in multiple countries, okay, so you will have multiple business units. So naturally, you will have to create one expense report template for every business unit. Okay. And if you are using multiple languages, Spanish, French, Chinese, Japanese, English, then you must define report templates in the respective languages. Okay. So if you put an end date on the expense report template, that will no longer be usable, and you cannot book expenses on that template anymore. So be careful when you inactivate any expense report template. Okay. To inactivate it, we will have to enter an effective end date, and we have to inactivate individual expense types in the same way on the create expense type or the edit expense type page. Okay. So where we go there, you can go and put an end date. Expense type is a potential expense, okay, or contingent workers can, employees or contingent workers can enter. So expense types fall into expense categories. Expense types are granular expenses, okay. All expense category is grouping. Expense type is more at a more finer level. So you can have an accommodation as an expense category, okay, and the expense type can be hotel, motel, bed and breakfast. Okay. Now, when you define the expense types, you can define the expense type. You can specify whether itemization will be allowed or not. Itemization means every line item will have to be broken down day wise or item wise. You cannot say hotel stay and then book $5,000. You have to put $500, maybe 10 days, $500 for each day, and 500 into 10 will make it $5,000. You can enable project enabled expense types. That means you can link the expense types with the projects that you are having, project code, and so on. You can also have automatic population of the tax classification code. Depending on the legislation, you might have a tax classification. Okay. So that will need to be populated. So when you create an expense type, we assign a natural account to the expense type. Okay. So this will help the accounting process. So when you book any expense on that expense type, it will go to a particular account. You can specify whether receipts are required when users are submitting the expense reports for approval. So receipts are whether it is mandatory. Okay, if you don't have receipts, it's an exception approval maybe, or you will have to get an approval. You remember we looked at that option where the auditor can specify whether they want to approve without receipts or not. Optionally, you can set up itemization as required. Required means you will have to give the day-wise breakup. Submission requirements for one or both cash expenses and corporate card expenses. So they might need receipts, whether it is for cash expenses or for corporate expenses. You can also specify limits. So if it is less than $10, less than $25, you may not ask for receipts. Only if it is crossing, let's say a certain amount could be like, $25, $50 or $40. And then only expenses receipts will be required. You can associate expense types with corporate card expense type. That means airfare. If that is an expense type, you can link it with the corporate card expense type so that those are to be charged to the corporate card. Okay. Anyone, any question? Anyone, any question?
Yeah, the end date which we specify, right, for the template, is that editable?
Yes. End date?
Even after,
Yes. Initially, you don't specify an end date. Okay, leave it blank. Only when you have an end date or you don't want to use it, you populate a end date.
even the date, after the date is passed, we can reactivate it or
Yes,
something?
you can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So these are the tax classification code. When you're defining the expense types, okay, these are the tax classification code. As you know, in certain cases, the tax may be recoverable, right? Like we get tax credit for certain expenses here in GST now. So this has been in existence in different countries, different geographies for a long period of time, where you get reimbursed for the GST paid. So you can recover that amount, you can net it off. So similarly here also, when you're defining an expense type, if you look at the screenshot here, they're showing you that for the category of meals, they are calling this as meals also. You can have the tax classification as required. Now that is optional. You may put it there or you may not put it there. So once you create an expense report, this expense will automatically, this tax code will automatically get populated, okay, on that particular line item.
So, is there any additional tax setup at expense level, or that will comes under payables?
At the expense level, there is nothing else. At the account level.
Okay, all right. Okay, at the expense level, this is the only option,
Yes.
whether it is a tax recoverable or not, right?
Correct. Okay. Now, itemizing the expenses, I was telling you, itemizing means giving more granular, more detailed breakup. The most common breakup that we use is day-wise breakup, right? So we say that, 10 days of hotel stay, and instead of saying from date to date and just specifying the total amount, you'd say, okay, Monday this much, Tuesday this much, 4th of Jan this much, 5th of Jan this much, 6th of Jan this much. That's how it is. Or lunch and dinner also, meals and all that. A lot of companies will say, don't club it together that, okay, I spent $800 on food. Rather, you say, okay, Monday I spent $50. Tuesday I spent $150. Wednesday I spent $100. Things like that, day-wise breakup. And we can apply the expense types to both corporate card expense types and the cash ones. Cash one is essentially what you are paying, need not be physical cash. You might have paid through credit card, you're getting it reimbursed, okay? Your personal credit card and you're getting it reimbursed. When itemization is set up as required or enabled, include at least one expense type on the itemization tab of the create expense type. Once we go to that, I'll show you. You can set up itemization on the itemization tab. You can create expense types that are used only for itemization. Okay, a parent type cannot be itemized expense type. For example, accommodation can have a child type of room charge or internet. Okay, you can also decide whether to enable, disable, or require itemization by employees when they create an expense item during expense entry. During itemization setup, you can determine whether the expense types you define are eligible only during expense entry for itemization, or they are available as an independent single expense type. Okay, so that expense type, whether it is for itemization only or it is for available for non-itemized items also. So these are highly essentially, they are very controllable. Okay, these can be controlled by how much you are, what type of configuration you need. Now, when you are doing any credit card transactions, okay, credit card transactions, usually they bring in item by item, right? But in some cases, you incur a charge on the hotel stay, let's say, and at the time of checkout, you're paying the entire amount, 10 days stay, 20 days stay, 25 days stay, and that's quite a large amount, right? So that large amount, you can say automatic itemization. That means system will break it up, okay, on the expense report template. On the expense report. On the expense report, this hotel stay will come up as individual items. Itemization for templates. So here you can see there is a tab here which is showing itemization. Is this visible on the screen now? When you're defining, this is the expense type miscellaneous. Okay, this is the tax classification code as we were seeing. Here there is a tab called itemization. So whether it is required or enabled, you can specify here. And which ones are required, those also you can say. Maybe, car rental, you need it, day-wise breakup. Breakfast, you need it, day-wise breakup. Hotel stay, you need it. So depending on what items you choose to put here, system will show you, will ask for itemization. So in case of project enabled expenses, there is just next to itemization, there is a tab for project expenditure type mapping. So here you can choose the project. Here you can see the project and the expenditure type against which the item will be booked. This is related to the Oracle project costing module. Receipt requirements. Require receipts for cash expense lines. Require receipts for cash expense lines. Okay. Use the setup either from the expense template. So whatever you specify at the expense template, that will be derived, or you say not required. That means it is not at all required, receipts. Or the third option is define an amount. I was telling you earlier, you can define a minimum amount, $10, $25, $40, $50. So whatever you require, whatever you have a limit, you specify that here. So anything above $40, anything above $50 will require receipts. Anything below that will not require receipts. Similarly, for corporate card expenses, you can use the setup from the expense template, not required, or you can say a minimum amount. Above a minimum amount, receipt will be required. Next is apply receipt requirement rules to negative expense lines. Okay. In some cases, you might be putting in a negative expense line to specify whether that particular line is related to that value or not, or you are adjusting, making some adjustments. Okay. In those cases, you can put in the receipt requirement rules. Okay. You might have charged something, but now there was some wrongful charge, or you had initially booked it for 5 days, but now you're staying for 4 days. So one day you have to give back, you have to make adjustments. Okay. And do you want a warning to the user? If the receipt is missing, do you want a warning for the users? Okay. Next is the policies. What policies you need? So these are the individual policies that you can define and link in your expense types. Okay, so attendees policy. Okay, when you have any expenses, maybe a corporate event, team dinner. Okay, lot of companies require that the name of the participants must be mentioned there. All those who attended the dinner, their names have to be mentioned in the receipt. Okay, in those cases, you will be able to see that. Okay, preferred agency. If when you are doing any travel, you might have certain travel agencies. Earlier, there used to be travel agencies, or even now we have a travel help desk who will book the tickets for you, right? So you have to go through that particular help desk. So those kind of things you can, have defined in the system as part of your policies. And any violations, like you, instead of going through the preferred vendor, you went to some other, you booked the ticket through somebody else, right? In those cases, it will not be allowed. It will not be permissible. Preferred merchant, there could be preferred merchants, like, Indigo may be a preferred airlines for the company. Okay, or Southwest Airlines, or American Airlines. So those kind of merchants you can have. The companies could have a merchant agreement between them for the best deals. Okay, so you could have a preferred agency list and stuff like that, preferred merchant list. Controlling the display of fields by the expense report template. So here you can see these are the expense fields. The last tab here is the expense fields, whether you want description to be enabled or not. Okay, whether you want expense location hidden, number of days optional. Okay, merchant name optional. All right, so that is why in these cases you may see that these fields are enabled in some templates, and in other templates it may not be visible. Got it? So now we will see how we can create an expense report template in the application. For this, we will be following the practice which is mentioned here. Okay, creating an expense report template, which is in page number 12. So you all can also follow on this, and you can also, or you can watch and then do it, depending on how you want to do it. So for this, you will see we are going to the manage expense report template page. Okay, so for this, we'll go to the application. Manage expense report template. Okay. So you can go to manage expense report template, and then we'll be clicking on the create. This XX template that you have, use the code that you are using, okay, or your name prefix. Like I'll be using SP to indicate it is my template, and we will link it with US1 business unit. Default, you can set it to 1st Jan 25, or you can keep it as today's date. So let's create that expense report template. Now, before you go there, you can also look at this, like expenses US1. You can see the examples that are already given here. Okay, as you can see, these are the different expense types that are mentioned here. These are the card expense type mapping that we just now did. This is the receipt requirements. These are the expense fields. So these are all optional. They are visible, but they are optional. You can also change them to hidden, or you can say required. Required means it will be mandatory to put it there. So to create one, we'll click on this plus sign, say SP template. Okay. This one is 310, 10th March. You can change it. Okay. And the business unit, you can specify the US1. You can choose other business units. In that case, you will have to log in through those logins, okay, which allow you access to that particular business unit. Now, once this header part of it is done, this is the expense report template. Then we will go in and create individual things here, okay. Next is we'll create an expense type for domestic airfare. Okay, domestic airfare expense type. Name will be domestic airfare. Category is airfare, and the account code is 60512. So here we will specify this. We will say create. Okay, this is the expense type within the template. Okay, so this is domestic airfare. Now this will be within the template. Okay, if you want, you can put your initials, but no need because we already have the template separately defined. Category miscellaneous, you have the other categories. Since this is airfare, we'll choose airfare. Account code, these are the list of account codes to which this amount will be charged. As per the exercise, they have asked you to put it to 60512. So let's look for 60512. 60512. Okay. Here tax classification code, if you have any taxes that link up, or this expense type used in itemization only, allowed prepaid expense items already paid for, whether you will allow them or not. Now, after doing this, you can save it and you can create another one saying internet charges. And this will come under miscellaneous 60540. Here you have save and close, and you have save and create another. Okay, once you click on this drop down, you will get save and create another. So this is internet charges. See, from these categories, you can choose any one of them. Since internet charge is not there, we'll choose it, put it under miscellaneous. Six, 0, 5, 4. Okay. 540 miscellaneous, and then we create the next one. The next one is room charge. Okay, and for room charge, we will allow use in itemization only 60530. Again, save and create another. And this category will be accommodations. Code is 60530. So this one I have set this as expense type used in itemization only. Then we have save and create another. Next one will be for meals 60521. Again, itemization is allowed. Meals. Save and create another. Meals. Okay. I hope you are able to proceed. 60521. 60521. So this template we will use subsequently for entering an expense report. Next one is miscellaneous 60540. Again, this will be itemized. You will notice at the bottom, these expense types are building up, and on the right hand side, you have this whether the itemization is enabled or disabled. Okay. So when you say enabled, the ones that are enabled will be visible here. Disabled. One 951. Oops, 2025. Okay. And this is 60540, 60540 expense type. Okay. And the next one is hotel, which is again
Accommodation.
yes. So we have this for internet we have done, right? Hotel. Okay. This is 60530. Now, whichever ones you want an itemization, you can then click on them. Oh.
I think we need to click here, right?
Okay, see this itemization only types are these ones. Okay, and itemization behavior, these are now disabled, so we can go here, room charge, expenses type is used. In case you want to link it with any particular project, you can then specify the projects and you can define them over here. And you can come to these individual room expense types here. Okay, internet charges. Okay, if you want to enable them, so internet charges, next one is okay. Internet charges, we'll keep it disabled here. Let's go to the next one, and room charge. Okay. Not enabled. Hmm. Room charge and internet. Room charge. Okay. So in these cases, you last one when you're doing the save, ensure that you don't save it till you have checked this enable checkbox. Okay. After you check the enable checkbox, then only click the save. Once you save it, this will become, you won't be able to change it back again once it's disabled. Okay. So you will be able to now see your template and you can click on it and you will be able to sign in and see the details. Once you finish, let me know. After doing that, you will need to specify the receipt requirements. And you can specify if you want certain above this amount. Default, you can set it as 0 itself. So let's say I put it after more than 25. Okay. And corporate, maybe I want a receipt if it is above 50. And you can give a missing receipt warning also. After that, the next thing is they have specified as 0 here. Okay. Now I increase the amount. And controlling the behavior, only expense location is required. Others are optional. Okay. You go. Are you all done with the template?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, now you can verify whether your template is appearing in the list or not. Have you all verified that?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It's appearing? Very good. Okay. Now, after this, we will see the approval rules. Okay. You know how the approval rules are done in the BPM. Okay. So under this, we will see the expense approval rules. Over here, see just below the system options, you have the approval rules. Oh, has it gone down? Is it taking so long? Okay. Now see here, you can search for that particular expense approval rules. Okay. And the task configuration, you have to give fin exm workflow expense approval. You will just type fin and you will be able to see it also. So click on fin and say search. Expense, audit, employee. Okay. So this particular one, lot of them are there. Expense, workflow, expense approval. So look for EXM, workflow, expense approval. All right. Over here, okay, you can then look at the details over here, how the workflow flows. Are you all able to review the workflow rule? So from here, you can, if you wish, you can make changes as and when required. Okay. But for now, you will don't make any changes. This is just for you to review. So here it tells you it is the supervisor hierarchy that is being followed, and the highest level is Casey Brown. Casey Brown, I think, is the HR head or somebody like that.
Is this approval workflow editable
Yes, usually
according to the business rules?
yeah, you can do that. So once you click on this edit icon, this becomes editable. And you can add, you can make changes. Okay, everyone done? Okay. Now, after this, we will look at how we can enable the conversion rate warning message. Okay. So if there are any variations in the conversion rate that you are entering beyond the limit, system will prompt you with will prompt the user, okay, with a message. So for this, you would again need to go back to your setup and maintenance. Okay. And over there, there is a conversion rate and policies. And under that manage conversion rates and policies, you choose your business unit and there you can see it. Now this is at the system level. So mind you, don't do individually, don't do the changes. You can just observe this. So the minimum is 5, it is between 10 and 15. Okay. If you want the user to be notified, system will prompt. Okay. So the warning tolerance percentage is between 5 and 10. And individual currency, there might be differences. Like this one, Australian dollar, it is between 10 and 15. Okay. So like this, you could have variations in based on the individual currencies. Got it? So what this means, if you enter if the conversion rate is beyond the 5% and 10% limits, then system will give a message. Everybody done? Okay. Now let's move on. In some cases, system may ask you, the company policy may require that you specify the merchant name. Okay. So now if you need to capture the merchant name, that merchant name field is a configurable field. Okay. For the entertainment expense category. So when you are specifying the entertainment expense, you need to enable the merchant. So it can be hidden, it can be optional, or it can be required. Okay, depending on your requirement. And here you can also provide a hierarchy, okay, precedence. That is, set up the precedence of the modifiable fields and their level. So that means if you say 1, this will override anything else that you have mentioned here. This is in the create expense type page. Expense fields tab. Below that is the template. Below that is the expense policy. So the lowest level, you can specify something at the expense policy, but you can override that at the expense report template level. Got it? And you can override the report template option at the expense type page, which has the highest precedence. So you can say whether the modifiable fields will be enabled, hidden, or required. Got it? These are all the individual fields, modifiable fields, okay, at different levels that are available. Expense type level, expense template, expense policies, then line description, okay, tax fields, expense fields. Okay. Then you have the ability to override the expense account. Okay. All employees can charge their expenses against companies and cost centers that are not their default company or cost center. And you can give this privilege to some or all employees that need to use this feature. That means there is a particular privilege. Okay. This privilege, which is called expense account allocation role. This role has to be assigned to the employees so that they can override their expense account. Okay. Sometimes people who work in multiple projects, people who work in multiple departments, they will need to charge their expenses in some other account other than what is the default one. Okay. The default one is usually the ones that they belong to, the department or the cost center, whereas they can now override that with this privilege. So this privilege has to be assigned to them. Enabling the expense account segments profile option. So this is the profile values. Okay. So you can modify the expense account segment values so that you can actually modify them. Okay. Hope all of you are able to see my screen. Next. You can also disable the company account segment, okay, based on your requirements. So if you disable the company account, then you cannot do any intercompany charges, okay, between multiple business units, multiple cross company, you cannot do any charges. Auditors cannot do any accounting corrections. Okay, so the company account cannot be modified basically at the expense report level. That is the objective. Restricting expense allocation to cost centers. So they can only charge it to their cost center. They cannot charge it anywhere else. In case you want to restrict users to put their expense charges against particular cost centers only, in that case, you will use this profile option, EXM disable company segment. And here they have shown you the navigation also, how you can go and look at the manage profile options. Search for it and then you can disable it. Restricting the expense allocation to cost centers. So if you look at this particular screenshot, here you can make out, see for this airfare, here you can change the department. Okay. If you have gone on a company work for a different department, okay, then you can charge the value to a different department. They will pay for your cost. Got it? So these are controls that you have to ensure your accounting takes place properly. Okay. So when you use this expense default from previous expense, so in this case, you can choose which expense values will not be automatically charged. Okay. So in this case, the accounting fields are company and department. So system will automatically pick them up from the previous line item, expense item. When you set it to no, system will not default it. You will need to pick them up. Okay. And these come in from what has been set up at the employees employment level in human capital management. On the HCM side, if you remember, you have the HR record, person record. Below that, you have the employment. Under employment, there is a default expense account. So over there, what you have specified, that will be used, rather than what was there in the previous line item. When we do it, I think this will make more sense. These are ways in which you can control the user entering the. Now there is also a report template. Okay, this is the report template for generating a printable expense report. Okay, which is an RTF. Do you all know about OTBI and use of RTF templates? Okay, so you can change the behavior of the expense report template. Okay, by what you want to print. Some cases you can make a copy. Okay, this will be through the BI publisher. You can OTBI, you can go there and do it. And you can modify the template and upload it. You can change certain fields or you can add certain fields if you want to, but you will have to make the changes. Okay. So this is the name of the RTF template, Fin Expense, EXM Expense Template RTF file. Okay. This one, Fin EXM Expense. Okay. So this one you can download, make changes, and you can upload it back. So with this template, you can print out your expense report, and then in certain cases, user may, take that out, attach the receipts and submit it to accounts. I'm sure you must be having drop boxes where you can submit those expense accounts. You drop your expense receipts, you put it in an envelope, take a printout, attach all your receipts, and then submit it. So these are the, if you are making any changes, you can use these table names with their corresponding attributes to add or remove any fields from your template. Usually add only, but one or two, sometimes you might remove one or two fields also. Now, there are these terms and agreements. Okay, there is a default corporate policy compliance message, an acceptance statement that employees typically acknowledge by selecting a checkbox when they create an expense report. So there you might take a formal agreement from the employee saying that he or she has read the expense policies and accepts them. Okay. Now this, in certain companies where there is extensive travel, companies don't always go for audit of each and every expense statement. Okay. They keep it aside, they process the expense, make the payment, and only random ones they pick up for audit. Okay. So if there are any violations, the company can take action against employees. Okay. If there is gross, oversight is okay, but if there are gross, inaccuracies, or people find there are some forgery and stuff like that. So in these cases, they may take a statement from the employee that they agree that if there are any violations, company can take action against them. So you can use the default provided, or you can modify your message text and make it text only, or a clickable link that navigates to your company. Now, in case you want to make any changes, okay, you have to go to the expenses, show required task, manage expense system options.
Saurav, terms and agreement, sir. These are all between customer and expenses or employee and expenses?
Employee and company, actually.
Between employee and
company.
company. Okay.
Because you are saying that the company has some policies and you are agreeing to abide by those policies.
Yeah. Got it.
Okay, so here they have given you where you can go and make the enable, disable the list, and corporate options for expense report tab. We saw that when we were talking about that template, and are made on the create or edit expense system options page. Okay, you remember on the page there was an option which you can enable. Modifying, you can use unique text better, supports specific business units messaging, flexibility in enforcement policy acknowledgement, and related links. Now these messages you can also customize by specifying unit based on the business unit. Okay. Languages, often the languages can be different. Okay. So based on that, you can modify the changes. So there is a lookup. Under that lookup, you can click manage standard lookups link, and you have the lookups page. This is the name of the lookup. Okay. And there you have enabled, disabled, meaning. Okay. So that you can modify. In case you need to put any descriptions or anything, you can put it over there. So you can put it as a link. Okay. And the text, you click on it, and then it will display there. And this is the behavior. Okay, any modified terms and agreements, you can review the choices listed in the tables, what and how to display. And this is the manage expenses system options. So you can select it here. This is enabled. That means terms and condition checkbox is enabled. Okay. And this is what it means. And next is about the approval rules. We went and saw the approval rules, right? So the expense approval rules are configurable rules used for expense report approval. Expenses supports configurable approval rules using the Oracle Business Process Management Suite, BPM. Okay. And you can configure expense rules using accounting segments as well. And you can make modifications as needed. So you can have the following types of approvals: approval by supervisor based on report amount, approval by cost center in parallel or serial mode. Parallel means anyone approves, it goes ahead. Serial means one after another. Approval by project managers. So you can have designated project managers, as you are aware, on the employee employment. And then from there, it will be driven based on who is the designated project manager. Approval by a specialist based on expense types in parallel or serial mode. Okay. So from these, if you want to make any changes, you will have to go there and make the changes. All right. And then you can use them in your approval. This is the manage expense approval rules. We went there, we saw that earlier. So here, step by step, they have explained to you, you can expand this, then click here, then you can click on edit and you can make changes. Okay. Now these notifications that go out to the employees, those can also be modified. Okay. They can be configured as per your requirement. You can make changes to the text that is there. So you can use the BI publisher. Okay. These notifications are mentioned there. Through that, you can get the details. So if they have told you, okay, this is the notification header, this is the notification body, approval history. So when you want to make any specific changes, there are areas that you can go to and make the changes. Okay. Now, when you implement anything, this is a general rule. Do not change any predefined notifications. Okay. Make a copy and then do those changes. Don't mess with the original ones provided by Oracle. All right. Use the copy feature for reports and subtemplates rather than editing predefined notifications. Okay. Copy data models. Do not make changes to whatever Oracle has given you. This is a common practice that we follow. Feature opt-in page to enable or disable expense report approval notifications, usability. Do you know this opt-in page? Opt-in page is under the feature opt-in functional statement manager. Okay. These are the ones which you can put them together, and under this you have the implementation, copy configuration, manage setup content. Okay. Offerings, functionals, functional areas. Okay. Under this, okay. So any changes that you are making, please do not make the changes to the original one. Okay. When you click on this, manage features. Okay. What features you are using and for individual ones. Okay. These are the features that you can enable, disable as per your need. Okay. So feature choices, yes, no, and stuff like that. Please do it only when you are advised to do it by Oracle support. Do not make changes unless they are needed. Okay. So here, if you want to make any changes to the expense report approval notifications, okay, then you need to go to the financials change feature opt-in link. Okay, and then select the expenses feature icon, configuring expense email notifications. But you need to have these roles enabled. Okay, so if you have these roles, only then you will be able to make changes. Change feature opt-in. So you can go and search for it under financials. Okay, so you have the change feature opt-in. Oops, nothing is there. Change feature opt-in, okay. And then we will go and search for expenses, configurable expense email notifications, expenses configurable. Expense. Configurable expense email. This one is there, but expense. Okay, image receipts, no overdue. So these are the notifications that go out. Okay, name, receipt notification rule, image only receipts required, image receipt. So any one of them, you can look at it. And these are the image means when you're sending image for the receipts. Okay, these are the behavior of the notifications, how those notifications work. Okay. So these are the notification recipients, okay, who will receive the notifications for audit, reimbursement, corporate card transactions. In case there are inactive employees, then what happens? Who can receive the notifications for them? Okay. So here you can add additional recipients. For example, if the employee is inactive, it might go to the the finance person, or it might go to the expense reimbursement person, one who is responsible for it. Okay. So like that, you can specify additional recipients for that. So this is how you can add additional recipients. They have shown you how to add additional recipients. Can you see this? Page number 102. Any descriptive flex fields that you need, you can define them. I hope all of you know how to define descriptive flex fields. So you can define them so that they capture any additional information. So they have shown you an example here. In one particular expense report, they have added a place for the geography. Okay. Or this could be a business unit specific one. So you are specifying which country it belongs, which country and jurisdiction for that particular business unit. So here you can add additional information. Okay. All of you know how to define flex fields, descriptive flex fields. Okay. So you can also have other descriptive flex fields at the expense attendees. For who are the attendees, like, you have an office party, you want to mention who are the people who were attending that. You have a party and you want to mention. Okay. So in those cases, you can choose that at the expense level for the expense details and cash advance. So for cash advance also, you can have a descriptive flex field to capture the information. Okay. This is where you can define the conversion rates. I think this we have seen. You can also have these rates automatically populated. In case you are doing cross-currency expenses, then you can automatically create them. Okay. You can also specify the confirm rate value and all that. Okay. So now we are coming into entering expense items and expense reports. Before this, shall we take a quick 10 minutes break? You can grab some coffee or tea and we'll restart at 5:15. Is that fine, everyone? No one wants a break, it seems. Okay, we'll take a break.
Sure.
Okay. So next is when we are entering these expense items, we'll see how we can enter a expense item and subsequently we'll use our own expense templates, expense types, all of this as we progress in our discussions over the next 4 days. So this, as you know, this we go through the Me application. Okay. So if I were to go to the home page and here you can go to Me. Okay. Under Me, you will get all your meaning employee related tasks. Okay. Personal information, connections, journeys, pay, time and absences, career performance, and towards the bottom, you will see there is one place for expenses. So once you click on this expenses, this is the place where you will be able to create and enter your expenses. Okay. So this is like your, you can say this is like your dashboard. The same video that we were seeing there, that link is given here. It's like a product tour. So quick review of the process. Okay. On the right hand side, you have certain tasks like create an expense report, request a cash advance. What is a cash advance? Cash advance is something that you take from the company before traveling and subsequently you settle it against your expense report. Okay. Once you submit the expenses, once your travel or your activity is done, then you can submit it. Then you request authorization. And once that is done, then you manage bank accounts and you manage the delegates. Okay. So here there is an option to go to travel and expenses. So when you click on travel and expenses, this is like the dashboard, you can say, a single place from where you can do all the activities. To create a new report, you can click on this. And on the left-hand side, these are the expenses. This one is for your approvals. Any expenses that are waiting for approval, you can see all of this. As a manager, you can approve here. Okay. And then this is the one for cash advances. So as and when you request cash advances, you will be able to see them. And then this one is the place for any authorizations, any additional authorizations that you need. And this is a travel trip where you can integrate it with your travel. So you can raise request for booking of flights. You can raise request for, travel related activities. Okay. So when I click on this first one, this is your expense report. All your expense reports are here, existing ones. You can click here and search. Okay, if you remember that video, it was showing you when you type something like this, you will get, it will search for those keywords. Okay, so if there is anything relating to that keyword, it will show up over here. Okay, And once you click on this, create report, this is to create the report. So this is the purpose. So you can mention a purpose like travel or travel on company work. Okay. What is the payment method? These are the different payment methods through which the payment can be made. Okay. And let's say it's an electronic one, and you can create the line items here. Okay. Actions initially nothing is there because we haven't entered anything, but you click on create. Okay. And you can specify which template. See, your templates will appear here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 of you have created templates. So those are visible here. So depending on whichever template you choose, those details will come up over here. Okay, these are the expense types that you have created. So when you say hotel, and you can then enter the details about that hotel, number of days, and itemization. This is the section for itemization. Okay, so individual date wise, you can specify the details. Got it? This is that merchant name field, and you can specify the location. Maybe you went on a trip to Bangalore. Okay, so you can expense location, where it was incurred, how much was incurred. Okay, so the total of itemized lines must equal the original receipt amount. So your original amount is 100. So when you do the itemize, this total must match. Okay. So when you say 10 days, $100, right? And then you can say save. Got it? Now this one is available here. Click on this. You want to go back, and you can see the details over here. Okay. And if you want to attach the receipts, you can add as an attachment. You can browse and pick it up from your desktop and upload it. Okay. So let me see if there is an image. Okay. Let's say I just picked up this image and I uploaded it here. Okay. Any descriptions that I want to give, I can give here. This is that I have read and accept. Okay. Report saved. Now you see on the side there is a submit, but that submit is disabled. Okay. Now what I have to do is, once I click on this, only then will this submit get enabled. All right. So this is the pending approval. Okay. And these are the ones for approvals. Okay. Now, if you want, you can take a printout of this. This is where your expense report layout comes into the picture. Okay. This is the OTBI template. See, the scan has been generated here. If you want to make any changes to this, you will have to make the change to the template. Okay, the RTF template. All right, everyone. This is the status pending manager approval. Original receipt required. So I just tagged it as. Now see, it is now assigned to Christine Ryan. Okay. Probably she is the manager. Okay. So these are all your receipts. Okay. You can drag and drop them also like they were showing in that video. You can just go here and so if you have any other receipts, you can just drag it and drop it here. It will get attached. Okay. Anyone got any question on this? Okay. So now you can see in the activity guide, they have a practice where they're talking about creating a report. Okay. So go ahead and create the report as they have mentioned. And then you can identify the user and go and manager if required. All it. Okay. Or we can set it to auto approval. The manager for all the users is this person. So you can sign into that person and you will be able to approve the notifications. Okay. The user password is the same password. Okay. And once you sign in, I keep skipping it, but eventually I'll have to install it. Okay, now you see these expense items. In here, you can choose the expense template. Okay, you will see your templates appearing over here. Wherever there is a drop down, you need to choose from the drop down only. Okay, any mandatory field you need to populate. Other than this, once it's done, you go to create expense item over here on the tab. Okay, and here you can say upload. Okay, you will get the row status. So it's a new expense report that we are creating. Which is the required field here. Might be some other field which is mandatory. Oh, which are the required fields?
Expense location is mandatory, let's see. Can
Which
you just
one?
try to
Which one?
expense location? Yeah, here.
This is mandatory.
Yeah.
But in the application, it took without any
No, but in
location.
the application also it is giving us mandatory.
It is it? See this one, did I put a... Oh, the location is defaulted here. Because I didn't choose this.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just upload it once again. They are using a default in the application. They should have used this one here also. Wait. Okay, this one row inserted successfully. Okay, so which means we should see this here. Okay, so after adding that, we have to now import it so that the expense report gets created. This we'll do tomorrow, expense policies and all that. It should have come up over here. Otherwise, let me run the process. It must be the import program which is not running behind the scene.
So once we submit the expense report in spreadsheet, so is there any schedule process will trigger?
Usually, like in case of financials, we have these to be automatically generated.
Mhm.
We don't always have to separately run this.
Okay.
Once OE is successful, I think we could see the item at the expense levels.
Hmm. But the item, the report should be created, right? So this one should have come here.
Because the spreadsheet says that it's only for expense items. I could not see
Yeah,
any
so
the research.
no,
Yeah, we need to manually, once the item is created, might be we need to update manually as the report name and then we need to process, I believe.
usually it should create it. New expense report. Okay.
Yeah.
So upload options. One is you can upload as an expense item. One you can, I was selecting this. Okay. Now we can, if we are just creating the expense item, then we can change this and rerun it. So in this case, it will be uploaded as an expense item. And the third option here is when you want to put it on an existing report. So here, once you say existing, so you can choose which existing one that you want. Okay, so it will get added to that particular one.
So once you submit, you're able to see it on that screen, right, under non-submitted status.
That is what it was not showing up. That is what I was trying to see.
It's showing up here. Okay, for you, it's not showing. This one.
No, this is $200. I submitted one for airfare, right? 250. This one I did manually. Then I loaded one through the, oh, did I change the user ID? I logged in. No, I did.
You are actually logged in with my account.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That could be the case because I was doing the same thing. I'm able to see
Huh.
my expense. So
Oh,
I
you're
just
able to say, okay, okay. That
wondering.
must be
Yeah.
the reason. Thanks. I was going mad. Yeah. Is anyone saying something? That is what I was thinking. Manually it is working. Why is it not working through the spreadsheet? See this 250. Domestic airfare. Dallas Center. Okay. This is 250. And these are the additional ones. So some of them ended in error. And review and delete duplicates. Okay. So there are items 2500 and 250. Both are there. Okay. Later on, I had changed this to expense item. Okay. So that one is showing and this report is showing. In case of a report, it is showing with the ID. Okay, with the report ID. And without this, if I delete this, so it will just show one. 250 not submitted. Okay. Have you been able to upload all of you through the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody got any other question? All right. I think we have achieved today's objective. Hope all of you have been able to create the expense report and through the spreadsheet and through the application. And it's also approved. Right, everyone?
Yes.
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 Okay. So tomorrow we'll continue. We also created the template today, right? So tomorrow we'll be doing the next part of the things. So let's just do a quick check if we have completed all of them. So this was to be, we also did a bit of this one also. Okay, we covered this item and we did these two. Okay. So we'll be starting with the expense policies tomorrow. Okay, everyone?
Yes.
Yeah, sure, Saurabh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll stop here today.